Centurion!
Nice, thanks, Centurion. At least somebody's watching those videos. Thanks, Centurion. All right, why am I not watching those videos? Why am I not muted? All right, why am I? Why was that not muted? I'm just still learning stuff. There's a lot to learn with Kerbal. I'm sure there's still more things I can learn. That's what's crazy to me is some other content creators on YouTube that are quite popular for Kerbal still play Kerbal the exact same way they played it when they first started 10 years ago. And they still build the same way. Yeah, I still need to do a dedicated tutorial series on YouTube. Our part is getting motivated to do it because it takes like an entire day to do a 15-minute video. Alright, welcome back everybody for another day of this guy. Yesterday was quite amusing with checking out Space Engineers 2, which is pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. But today we are back to doing Kerbal Space Program. We've made a upgraded rocket, which I realize I need to make one more slight change to it before we actually fly it, right? For a sample return mission from Moon. Yeah, so the hard part is, I said, it takes a long time to make a YouTube video unless you're just doing a straight cut. But if you actually do proper editing and all that, dude, I mean, if you know what you're doing, it's at least 4 hours, 4 to 6 hours to make a 15-minute video, and that's if you know what you're doing with the editing software, which this idiot doesn't. Centurion, it's still too early. Yeah, honestly, it's still early alpha access, right? They're only on their second major update of early access alpha, so... It's not one I'll be streaming regularly yet. All right, so for today, let's get stuck in here. I just want to do it at least every now and then, check out a different game. So next week, I'm thinking we might check out Arc Raiders finally. Ditchbuster gifted it to the stream. Hell, almost a month ago, maybe a month ago, and I still haven't even tried it out yet. Too much going on between this new Kerbal Career and then Star Citizen. And I was trying to play for myself, you know, another playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance, but even that's been put on the back burner. Just not enough time. Sea Power and Hearts of Iron. Isn't Sea Power also still early access? Where? What's up, buddy? Oh, it is full release? Okay. I need to turn the volume down on this. There we go. Oh, that certainly seems... Why is Kerbal always so loud compared to everything else? I want to add a third engine. As the separate stage has its thrust to weight is way too low with a payload. All right, that'll work. Hey, Brandon, what's going on, man? Scientific, how you doing today? Kerbals are caffeinated. They're loud. Yes, indeed. Hey, I got my own form of caffeination going on. So, Brandon, you know, I realized I forgot to get more screenshots last night, man. Somebody's got to remind me of that shit so we can get some group screenshots going. Brandon, how much longer did you guys go for last night? Scientific, it messes up my digestive system something fierce. So it's pretty rare for me to drink coffee. I drink tea. All right, looking good, feeling good, smelling good. All right. Centurion, if I do drink coffee, it's usually I have to add creamer. Otherwise, the acid kills me. With tea, I usually add milk. You did one more run. Wasn't bugged, but you still messed it up. Congratulations. Hey, Gloff, what's up, buddy? It's not just it's scientific. It's not the caffeine because I don't get it from Monster and it has just as much caffeine. There's another ingredient in coffee that does that doesn't exist in tea. Tea doesn't do it to me either. But coffee does that to me. Except 1 cup of coffee will do that to me for like 3 days. So it's like, yeah. Oh, nice, Brandon. Okay, so now let's find our trusty SRU2. All right, let's find the max +2. Merge. All right, let's double check staging. Dick Van Dyke turns 100 tomorrow? Man. Quirt, yeah, oh, you missed yesterday, didn't you? Yesterday we checked out Space Engineers 2 for the first time. And, we had a very hilarious moment. Yep, that doesn't belong there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the timing on my statement was so good. Man, I couldn't breathe. I almost fell out of my chair. Oh, dude. Okay, so this mission, for those that don't remember, this is for a sample return mission from Moon. And if you remember, we were just short of Delta V because I accidentally didn't activate RCS to burn with the engine of the return state of the return unit. And he was like, there was no margin of error, and I made an error, and well, it didn't make it back. Right, so we have upgraded the rocket to give it a little bit more
push.
Right, so we can use less of the other vehicle of the payload, I guess I should say. All right, save it and send it. And Brandon, have you seen the reaction of everybody about VR with Star Citizen? Man, everybody is going absolutely bananas. Yeah, the few clips that I've seen, the only issue is that I guess the HUD information and the MFD information is not clear enough in most VR headsets, right? So it's not viable for viable for combat, but it's viable for everything else, just for the unique experience it presents. Blinkster, no, because it's an unofficial. They're releasing it. I mean, it's an official release, but it's not the full Monty. It's experimental for now. Right? It still has some more work that needs to be done. But once it's ready, they plan on making a huge deal. CIG, the publisher for Star Citizen, or the developer for Star Citizen, is planning on doing something really big. And the guy that did it, he's been doing it literally on his own time, like nights and weekends of his own time for over 2 years. I hope if they do it coincided with a ship sale that he gets a fat bonus. Because I mean, it's quite clear he put some work in. It's official from CIG, but it's an experimental release. Right, it's an experimental feature because they still need more data to finish it out. Right, the big one. I mean, one of the issues is that the VR headsets vary vastly. Right, you have some that are only like 720p, and for each eye, and then at the other end of the spectrum, you have some that are 4K for each eye. Right, resolutions, right, and there's different ways that that they go about converting the images. So they need more data from people, from everybody having different headsets for them to be able to, get it all golden. I mean, a lot of people have pulled out old headsets or old VR sets just to look around, and even just walking around their hangar, right? Or walking around their ship, they're like floored. So, I mean, it's always been a goal. I mean, it was like somebody showed a clip the other day for one of the early days of Chris Roberts when he was doing 10 for the chairman, and he was asked about VR, and it's always been on their idea, but they were originally going to wait until after a 1.0 release to pursue VR, but this one of their developers, one of their programmers, has been working on it on his own off hours for, as I said, almost over 2 years. Yeah, it's from Space Tomato. Pulled up all the old stuff. That's Minmus, not Moon. Where's Moon? Where's Moon relative to us? Over there. Alright, once again, we're gonna go Mooner direct to landing direct. So I need Moon to be just below the horizon. I like Space Tomato. He puts a lot of research into a lot of his stuff. He's not the best live streamer, but I mean, he's pretty good, with the YouTube stuff. That's the thing I've noticed. A lot of people that are really good at making YouTube videos aren't very good live streamers, right? And vice versa. Like, they're different skill sets. I like live streaming way better than I do making YouTube videos. All right, that'll work. Oh, it's just starting to rain. Uh-oh. We better launch this beast. I almost said something else. No, don't give me lightning. I almost forgot. I forgot to turn on the generator again. There we go. Yeah, he's not. He's not the worst live streamer. There's other ones that are. Whoa. You can tell because they don't interact with their audience. That's the big one. That's the number one difference, right? Is do you interact with your audience, or do you just focus on what you're doing? Blinkster, yes, this will be my final one, most likely. I've given Kerbal enough of my life. That being said, this will probably go for hundreds of episodes, just FYI.
Weather be damned, we're going. Payload is go, upper stage is go, core stage is go, guidance is go. We need a go, no go from chat. Cameras are go. Go, no go from chat. Chat is go. We are green light. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1. Send it.
All right, go for pitch and roll maneuver. Right up to the rain. Right up to the lightning storm. Mach 1, vehicle is supersonic. Alright, 2.5 G's acceleration. Gonna throttle back to 2/3. We're now 18 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. Alright, we got 15 seconds left in the booster. Alright, 5 seconds to booster cutoff and separation. And we have good booster sep. Alright, coming up on main engine cutoff. And we have Miko. Alright, we have good stage separation and upper stage ignition. Alright, coming up on fairing to separation. We have good fairing separation. Well, that's awesome, seeing the fairings fall back in the rear camera. Wanna grab some lunch? Sushi bowls? Alright. MGB! Man, that looks so good. Just a few mods totally transforms KSP. All I did there was reset the field of view. All right, we're now 3 minutes, 30 seconds into the flight. We're 170 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 103 kilometers. And we are coming up on orbital velocity. Yeah, adding that third engine was a must on that upper stage. All right, we've passed orbital velocity. Climbing towards moon. Everybody say hi, moon. And we're gonna run the upper stage out. It should have enough RCS fuel to be able to pull its periapsis back into the atmosphere. All right, stand by for Seco. And we have good Seco. Payload deploy. And deployment of the solar panels. Get a little bit of ullage and ignition. As we continue that burn towards moon. We have our intercept. Gonna let that periapsis come down. All right, shut down. And adjust with RCS. I always like between 2,000 and 5,000 meters over the surface for a direct landing. If you put it below the surface or at zero, odds are you're going to slam into the ground before you can slow down enough to be able to actually land. But if you're up too high, you end up using a lot more fuel because you have to spend more time counteracting against Moon's gravity. Right? So it is a balance. All right, we need to roll 90 degrees for the solar panels. All right, so we got to switch back to the upper stage. And we're going to warp it out to here. What we're doing here is we're dropping the periapsis back into the atmosphere to ensure that our upper stage will not be left on orbit. A lot of modern rockets will either do this or or they'll vent their liquid oxygen tank. And that little spin lets me know that this will now burn up in the atmosphere. We're gonna go ahead and let it run out. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, now we can switch back to our mission vessel. Going through an eclipse. Uh-oh. There we go. I was worried there what might happen with that. But we had enough battery to last through it. And we have entered Moon's sphere of influence. All right, so I'm gonna warp us into about there. All right, we're in space low. I'm gonna go ahead and pop one of each of these. from being in space low. They give me anything? Nope. Double checking to see if there's anything else, because this is only a one-shot deal once we're on the ground. Yeah, so there's our first two actual lunar landings. We're coming in on the same trajectory because we came here the same exact way. All right, so I'm thinking burn it. We need to rest our vertical ascent a little bit more than our horizontal. Boy, I did not pick a very good spot, did I? We're gonna be coming down in this crater right here. I accidentally let us go too high up. That's all right. I'm gonna shoot past this crater. We're gonna land right in here. All right, 500 meters. 250 meters. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Well, that's a slope. That is a slope. NGB will find out. I mean, if as long as they get enough funding, they will. I would assume. I could not have picked a worse spot. I thought it was flatter. That's what she said. But yeah, I thought it was more. I didn't think it was this much of a slope. Yeah, but I need to bring it back. Hinkloff, we're about to find out if it's a write-off or not. Because this needs to go back to Kerbin. No. Now it's a write-off. Now it's a write-off. That was still burning. Yep. I was trying to spin it so I could stand it upright and...
Shit didn't work.
It's still right at the edge of performance. We really need a 2.5 meter rocket. Alright, as you can see, we need a more stable base. I didn't want to develop a 2.5 meter rocket yet, but...
But...
Centurion, only if I think the game might mess up, I'll quick save. If it's a mistake because of this guy...
Suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah, so if it's a mistake that I make, yeah, nope. But I do want to make a couple of changes to this no matter what we do. All right, let's rotate those around. Well, I want the lander to have just a little bit more fuel as a cushion. If I do that, that is so much fuel. I won't need that or that. You have returned sushi in hand. Nice. Hingoff, no worries. Once we unlock robotics, it's easy enough to put stuff you just like extend it out and you still use normal landing legs, but you can extend them out and you can also use the hinge of whatever piece of robotics you use as a extra cushion. That's a really big engine for that. That's a really high thrust to weight. I mean, this is enough, but it'll be really low. If it's too low, then you know, a lot longer to decelerate. All right, so that now weighs 6.7 tons. That's a big lander. All right, let's save that. Let's look at our auxiliary stage Mark II. Because that's what we were using. Since we made that lander so much bigger, that we are already going to need a Mark III. Jesse Spaceman, what's up, man? Yep, playing Kerbal again. Onka, how you doing today, sir? It might be time to just step it up. That is a kicker stage. A very weird looking one. Right, you won't hurt my feelings if you say, yep, that looks weird. Because it looked weird. That's the big one, right? Yep, I don't want that one. I'll take that one, though. I'm just playing with ideas here. Nope. Nope, and nope, and nope, 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 and nope. Centurion, we crashed it. I lost control of it. Trying to flip it around, I lost control of it, so I just let her go. I need those longer pieces back already. I got another idea. And with a whole family of these. Alright, let's save that. Okay, so there is Auxiliary Stage Mark III. This now weighs 5 tons on its own. Okay, so now, if we take our new Science Return Unit Mark II, or Dot 2, whatever we want to call it, merge it, That now weighs 11.9 tons. All right, payloads just keep getting heavier, don't they? Basically, it weighs 12 tons. Now, we need a launch vehicle that's capable of putting this into orbit. That is a lot of Delta V. This would be nearly good enough, damn near go to for Duna. We're over-engineering, but that's all right. Better to over-engineer than under-engineer. All right, save that. Now we need a 2.5 meter rocket. That's capable of 12 to 15 tons. So let's grab 15 tons of ballast. Lock that. Lock it. That's 17. That's 13.6. There's 15. That's technically 15 and a half. All right, we'll lock that. Okay, so there is our wedding cake dummy payload that we build around. We're finally going to actually move up to a 1.25 meter decoupler. That seems like a really big adapter. Alright, so now we gotta make it smart.
Don't want a rocket to be dumb.
Nobody likes a dumb rocket. All these batteries are more than big enough. I don't think I need batteries that big, actually. piece I was looking for. Oops. I just realized I need to be able to actually... because that's the main part that I need to actually be able to manipulate. You know what I'm doing? Better question is, do I know what I'm doing? But yes, I actually do. I don't want that to be a stressed member of the rocket. I do want the rocket to be smart, but I don't want, because it's a size 0 node, right? The 0.625 meter node is also known as a size 0. It's the weakest node. I don't want to go from basically 2.5 meter to 1.25 meter to 1.25 meter down to 6.625 meter. It's unstable. Right, and I'm doing it this way so it is not a stressed member, right, of the launch vehicle. But I also don't just want it floating in space. Right, so now it's capped in. Sweet. Right, just make it sure it's centralized, otherwise your control point's going to be askew. Additional bracing, since we're going from a 2.5 meter to a 1.25 meter, right? Or a size 2 to a size 1. Yep, all about the details. It needs to be able to communicate. See? All about the details. think I'm gonna go ahead and automatically just give it a 2-segment fairing. She's gonna be a big girl. And now this is gonna be an early 2.5 meter. We'll stick with 1. I think 1 will do it. That's still pretty tall. And it's still 9.5 meters tall. NGB, I like it. I want to see where it's gonna go. I don't know how much is there for, like, you know, for jumping in right now because it's still really early on. I would need to spend more time with it to know, even get a better idea where it's at. But like everything else, really early access, you know, it's realize that every update could break your entire save type of thing. And I don't know how often, I don't know what the release schedule is. They have a roadmap, but it doesn't have a release schedule. You know, even a rough idea of when it's coming, and just, you know, next update is soon. I know the Vertical Slice 2 just happened, like earlier, like last month, I think. Or the beginning of this month. And the next one is, I think, Vertical Slice 3, which will add a water planet. Full water physics and underwater stuff. Scientic, I landed it on too steep of a slope. I didn't realize how steep the slope was until we were landing. And it just fell over. I mean, we landed smoothly enough. It was too steep of a slope, and I tried to recover it, right? I tried to spin the rocket, right, while engaging the engines to get it to stabilize, and I lost control of it. What tank is this from? Because that looks hideous. And it's the wrong size. Now, there's no way these are... There's no way these are, restock tanks. No way, Jose, are these restock tanks. What are these from? SXT, that's what they're from. Okay, they're from the SXT mod. Do we not actually have 2.5 meter tanks yet then? Jesse, yeah, if you have the RAM. Well, 16 gigs will do you. I mean, but most games nowadays, man, like any new game, their minimum is like 16 now. Aha, there it is. We need more science. We need advanced fuel systems really bad. All right, let's take a look at contracts here real quick. I may have to make a 2-stage return lander. All right, 1 stage to land, 1 stage return, but it leaves a lot of that other stuff behind. We have a lot of contracts. These don't even pay that much. We can do Minmus stuff for more science. Let's double check here. Yeah, I was trying to do this one because we can bring back enough science, but we need to be able to make bigger rockets. I mean, we could pull it off, but... All right, let's take a look. Let's put our first probe in orbit of Minmus. We've done a flyby of Minmus, but and I think we've done an impact of Minmus, but we haven't put anything in orbit yet. Which is... Which one did we use for Moon? All right, now. So this was our latest communication satellite that we put in orbit. in Kilo stationary orbit, but I'm thinking about using the same chassis here with the comms gear to do a ScanSat mission of Minmus, and we can leave it there as a communication satellite or relay as well for future Minmus missions. The question is, how do we get this? On board. Hinkloff, well, it's just that this is just the way the part is designed. It's modified, it's based off of the comm systems that was used for the Apollo program. There's a better view here of this thing. Most of these are models. I don't want the model. Right, so you can kind of make it out. Right, it was 4 smaller dishes. Right, and it's basically, if I remember correctly, I think they were not all set to the same frequency. Right, to be able to receive communications. But anyway, that's what that model in game is based off of. Right, and these are relays. just makes it good look like a good communication satellite. And you'd be surprised, man. Modern communication satellites have all kinds of microwave dishes for different frequencies. They're a mess. They look like a mess. Yes, but I am going to piggyback some ScanSat experiments onto it. Right, so this is the science experiment. This is not a communication thing. This is, and these are. This is not. This is a radar altimeter. I just want to make sure nothing is clipped into each other when they're extending or not extended. All right, this is going to be our Minmus. All right, Mimus Scancom Sat 1. The MSKS 1. But yeah, if you look at modern like communication satellites, I have an image of one. Yeah, so here's like Eutelsat. All right, so they'll have these are much more modern, but some of the older ones, man, they have like little antennas and dishes sticking out every direction. Not every direction, but several of them. Northrop Grumman General Communication Satellite. All right, they all have lots of, and it's because they handle multiple frequencies. So they have shit sticking out everywhere. Jesse, yeah, I'm on the stock Kerbal system. At stock scale. With the updated parallax, it's a pain in the butt trying to make masks so there's not foliage all over things that you don't want foliage over. And I really wanted to be able to use Kerbal Remastered. And if you change the scale, you have to reposition every asset at every single base that they went and set up, and that would literally take days. So I decided to go ahead and go back to stock scale. Hinkle, I can show you how we did it currently. Right, but ours are in geostationary. You don't have to put them in geostationary, but there's a neat thing that happens when you do. That's not what I was looking for. That one is. Assat. All right, so this one is in geostationary orbit directly over the KSC. And if you have them at the right altitude and you set your orbital period correctly, they'll stay there. Basically, the orbital period of this communication satellite matches the rotational period of the planet. All right, so let me go to lock view. So this one is directly over the KSC. But watch what happens when we go into time warp. Don't look at the clouds. Look at the geography below the cloud. Let me change the... here, this will make it easier. All right, so watch the geography, not the clouds, but watch the geography. You notice the geography doesn't move. The clouds are moving, but not the geography. Right, we're still in the same, we just warped an entire day and we're still in the exact same spot. Right, and if you're wondering where the KSC is, the KSC is right there. So the island airfield is right over here. But the KSC is this little area right there. But it's pretty cool to see, you know, when you're in geostationary orbit, and we put satellites up what we call geostationary. Geo meaning Earth, geo meaning Kerbal, right? But geostationary is there a 0 degree inclination, so they're equal with the equator. And their orbital period, the amount of time it takes them to do one orbit, matches the rotational period of the planet. So they stay at the exact same spot, or stay over the exact same area. And it makes them ideal for communication satellites, right? Or TV satellite, whatever. I mean, it's still a communication satellite, but you get the idea. Well, it's not tidally locked. I mean, it's geostationary. Tidally locked just means the same side faces, like moon. Our moon in Moon and Kerbin, the same side always faces. That's tidally locked. This is geostationary. It's pinpoint over a specific geographic location, and it just stays there. Because the orbital period, how long it takes to complete an orbit, matches the rotational period of the body that it's around. And you can't do it around all the bodies. It only, like for example, Duna, because Duna rotates so slow, you'll be outside Duna's sphere of influence. Or no, correction, you'll end up smashing into Ike. Right, and Ike is at the same altitude. So you'll end up smacking Ike, most likely. Or Ike's gravity will toss you out. You can do it around Eve. You can't do it around Moon or Minmus. Moon's rotation is too slow. It literally takes a month for Moon to rotate once, right? So your satellite would have to be in the same orbit that Moon is around Kerbin. Right, and Minmus, its sphere of influence is too small. You'll be outside of Minmus' sphere of influence. Hinkloff, we will. Currently, we only have them around Kerbin. And I only showed you the one, but we actually have a network. You need 3. You need 3 to ensure constant communications. And these are the 3 right there. We have KSC Com Prime, ComSat 1, and Octo ComSat Mark 1. Because they were different satellites, and I didn't rename this one. But as you can see, this one can talk to the other 2. And each of them can talk to the other one. Right, so we have communications anywhere around Kerbin. And they can also communicate further out. Even though the DSN, which is the Deep Space Network, is much better, which are the ground-based locations, are much better at it. They're much stronger. I haven't put a communication satellite around any other body other than Kerbin yet in this save. But we're about to launch one to Minmus. But I'm also piggybacking the other experiments to map the surface of Minmus on it. Right, so we're also going to use these 2 experiments, this one and this one, to map the surface of Minmus. Right, and while we're at it, we're going to leave this as a communication satellite there, which will make it much easier to be able to land somewhere on Minmus. We do need to send communication satellites to Moon, and the best way to do it around Moon is on a polar orbit. 3 satellites in an equidistant in a polar orbit is better because how slow Moon rotates. And that's why we always say the landings that we have done on Moon, we have to do them on the near side, right? The side that's facing Kerbin. Otherwise, we won't have any communications. We can't land on the other side. Right, that's the problem we have now in real life around Moon, because we don't really have that great of a communication satellite network set up. But if we want to operate around like the South Pole of Moon, you know, for Artemis, part of the Artemis mission is putting up 1 or 2 communication satellites in order to be able to provide a relay back to Earth. All right, but hold that thought. This guy's got to punch the ladder reset button, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Oh, I forgot something real quick. 1 second. All right, I'm starting to get a headache, so I'm gonna cut it off with some ibuprofen before it can really kick in. Okay. Because, man, streaming with a headache is the worst. Okay. So that's what we're sending. All right, so now we need one of our auxiliary stages. Oh, wait, I did not mean to do that. Bring it back. Open. Mark II. Mark II might be overkill. Let's grab the Mark I. And might not be enough. So we'll go with the Mark II. They will eventually end up having a family of everything, right? Family of auxiliary stages, family of upper stages, family of lower stages, families of reusable rockets, families of satellites. I like making families. All right, that's 6 tons, and it's kind of tall. How tall are we? Actually, we're only 5.9. That's only 5.9 meters. We're not very wide.
That's what she said.
Sorry. Could not help it. All right, now we need to pick a launch vehicle. Oh, what? Oh, we're exceeding part count. We gotta upgrade something. Yeah, this is 258 parts. That's right. We'll finish getting this set up. Oh, why is there a shroud? Alright, that'll work. And we gotta fix the staging. Alright, save it. How much is this gonna cost us? How much does it cost to upgrade the VAB to tier 3? I think a lot. $845 grand, we can afford it. And we'll need to do it sooner than later anyway. Alright, now tier 3. This is what overconstructing causes. Your part count goes whoppa. That's a word. Whoppa. So now you have a new word in your dictionary. It looks good though, doesn't it? When it's like that, when you build like this, I like it. All right, let's send it. Scientic, no. We're going to Minmus. We haven't put anything in orbit of Minmus yet. I need more science. To do the other one, we need more science. There's a few more things we need to unlock. And Minmus is going to be a good place to get some of it. Alright, I remember to activate the generator this time. Alright, it's behind us, so we need a time warp so that it's in front of us. Oh, and Moon's fat ass is gonna be in the way. Moon, get your fat ass out of the way. Yeah, Moon is a gravity bully, dude.
Guidance is go. Minmus payload is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Guidance is go. Cameras are go. We need a go, no go from chat.
Aw, man, dude, do real life stuff, dude. Brandon, do the real life stuff, man.
Alright, chat is go. Here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1, send it.
vehicle is supersonic. Alright, coming up on 2.5 G's acceleration, throttling down to 2/3. Passing Mach 2, 20 seconds to booster cutoff and separation. All right, throttling back down to 1/2. And we have good booster cutoff and good separation. Look at that. Alright, coming up on main engine cutoff. There's Miko. We have good stage separation and upper stage ignition. Alright, stand by for fairing deploy. And we have good fairing separation. I like doing the outboard camera stuff. It's pretty cool. And we've successfully reached space. I did not realize there's a runway out there on that island. Coming up on 3 minutes into the flight, we're now 135 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 90 kilometers, and coming up on 2,000 meters per second velocity. Passing orbital velocity. That's what I was afraid of. Moon's fat ass. Alright, so I'm going to take us out to about 51 million kilometers. Or 51 million meters, rather. If you notice, we're way below. What we'll do is we'll do a burn out here. Or we'll do a maneuver out here. And we'll come back up right into a polar orbit around Mimas. Luckily, Moon did not throw us off too badly. But Moon is a gravity bully. Moon is a fat-ass bitch in the way. Alright, so let's go ahead and release the payload. Get those solar panels out. and activate the antennas because they all activate at the same time. Not sure what's going to happen with the upper stage passing through, but we'll have to come back to it later to deorbit it, most likely. And give me one moment. I got a rabid dog in the front yard. All right, sorry about that. So Delta is in the front yard, laying in the sun, singing. Just she likes to do that. Just go in the front yard and sing. Not all of our neighbors like it as much, though. It's very cute, but when it's an everyday thing or too often, yeah, it's less cute. Yeah, so we have Jewel and Eve over there. Not sure how well you can see it on stream, but there's a little green dot and a purple dot. That's Jewel and Eve, and there's the gravity bully herself. Oh, there you are. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Oh. Here you go. Give me hugs. Give me hugs. Oh, look at your tail wagging. Look at your tail wagging. Dude, you are so dark. You look fake. You're so dark. I know. I know. Man, she is so dark, aren't you? Yes. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. More hugs? Okay. Okay, you went down? Good girl. Yep, Trick, Snaps more. How are you doing today? But yeah, it's definitely stealth puppy. Yeah, she loves to give hugs. Like, she likes wrapping her neck, like, around your neck or your shoulder. Like, all the time. Like, just, like, give me hugs. Playing KSP offline. Isn't that how you play KSP? Oh, wait. I forgot to switch nav modes. Oop, go back. Kill time warp. There we go. We'll slowly rotate if I don't. I don't want to rotate. There we go. Yeah, we've entered the influence of Moon. Big ass gravity bully. I probably should have waited another day so that Moon's fat ass wouldn't be there. But here be Moon's fat ass. Well, like stick your middle finger out. Because Moon is so close to Kerbin in stock scale, it gets in a way a lot when you want to go like Minmus or interplanetary. You have a probably pretty good odds. I'd say almost 1 in 4 of your launches you're gonna have to postpone because that fat bitch is in the way. Oh, and that's why I didn't know you streamed. Did I know you streamed? Now, there's our upper stage. Alright, we've left the sphere of influence of Moon. Alright, now it's kill time warp. Let's go ahead and make our maneuver. Alright, I messed this up. Alright, let's try this again. Thank you. Bugs, get away. Man, these little bastards. All right. I gotta do something about these bugs real quick. They're gonna really irritate me. Because they start coming in when I'm doing this. They start coming in and wanting to bite my hands. I really dislike mosquitoes. Nice and Sphere and KSP, nice. Really not working for me today. Oh, now you want to work for me. All right. So that little bitty maneuver, it's only 30 meters per second, will drop us into Mimesis Sphere of Influence in the vertical, which is what we want. All right, it'll give us a 90-degree inclination relative to Minmus. All right, so we'll actually swing up past Minmus and then we fall back into it. Or actually, does that injure us? Yeah, either way. It's gonna work for us. Alright, so we're gonna warp out there. We need to switch to our upper stage and deorbit it. Or smash it into Minmus, one or the other. Oh, wrong way. Oh, it's already gonna smash. Never mind. It's already gonna smash into Kerbin. Minmus the sphere of influence. Gave it a gravity boost to slam it back into Kerbin. Alright, let's warp to maneuver. Get ourselves lined up. Perfect. We have a 3-second burn. All right, 10 seconds. Two, one, burn it. Oh, activate the engine. I forgot these are set by 4 by throttle on that. All right, finish it up with a little RCS. What are the parameters of this? Oh, it's got a very specific orbit that it wants. Into orbit around Minmus with a periapsis below 5,000 kilometers. That's easy enough. We've got to satisfy the terms of the contract for that. And then we'll adjust our orbit accordingly. We got plenty of energy. There's Mimus. We're like going to be completing like 3 or 4 contracts at once. Everybody say hi, Minmus. All right, we have a 27-second burn time. And I always do my burns 40-60, right? 40% of the burn is done before passing the maneuver node. 60% is after. Oh, the other way around. The other way around. Sorry. Burn it. That's what another contract will complete it too. World first milestones. Recently, our space program has attracted contributions from numerous organizations. 33 grand, 1 science, 4 rep. Orbit Mimus, huzzah! There's no such thing as Final Frontier. 198 grand, 6 science, 22 rep. All right, we've satisfied that. Other than doing this, we need to do this. Oh, come on. I know. There is a thermometer on board. It was an action group the way it should be. Shame on me. All right, Satellite Mimus, uncrewed, 18 grand, 1 science, 12 rep. Now we gotta push our periapsis back out. Gotta maneuver up there so we can match this. Might actually be easier to do it from here, actually. Now let's see what it's going to cost us from up there. Doesn't cost us much Delta V. I'm going to still continue to fine tune this. Where is my tool? I need to change the hotkey. It and atmospheric autopilot use the same one. But I can fine tune it easier with this. That's why it's called precise maneuver. Doesn't have to be exact, but it's gotta be fairly close. All right, we'll start there and fine tune it as we need. Alright, let's make sure we're getting sunlight. We're not. We need to roll. Alright, warp the next maneuver. Just lined up. And it's only be a 10-second burn. Alright, it's gonna make it another maneuver node out here. Come on. There. That's almost an RCS move. Oh, we entered suborbital flight. Didn't mean to, but we did at some point. Making our maneuvers. I think we need to shift our orbit a little bit more. I don't think it's going to give it to us. I feel like I'm really rusty on the fine maneuvering. I'll end up having to move again because it's gonna be another 3 hours. Well, 2 hours. There it goes. Contract complete. Put a probe in a polar orbit of Mimas. You did it. We placed satellite in orbit around Mimas. This will be a day long remembered. Blah, 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 blah. 105 grand. 8 science. 47 rep. Okay, so now we're at 281 over 211. Let's take a look at our satellite here. What do we need to be in? Gotta be below 250. All right, so we gotta reel our apoapsis down some. Oh, nope, we're going the wrong way. We're going around the other way. Okay, that means warp to that side. Waiting for us to get a little bit closer to our periapsis here. There we go, 211 over 245. Damn, that was loud. Alright, now... need to get this thing oriented correctly. There's a lot of fuel left in this, so I'm not going to disconnect it just yet. Just in case at some point I'm going to need to deorbit this and smash it into Minmus. Our panels won't be oriented. I should not have put this on that same side. Our panels won't get enough sunlight like that. I gotta rotate more. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we can turn these on. Start scan. Start scan. Alright, so they're gonna start scanning Minmus for us, which will be another contract. Okay, so now what I want to do is jump the moon, because a lot of time has gone by here. These have definitely have got to have finished mapping Moon by now. They've been going forever. No, they're still only 95% done. How is that possible? These have been here for almost they've been here for 89 and a half days. And they still have yet to map everything. Delta. Alright, I'm gonna alter its orbit slightly. Alright, I changed its orbital period a little bit. Hold Hopefully that will allow it to be able to, finish the mapping. We have some debris that survived our last impact. Alright, but now we need to get this thing oriented correctly again. Alright, back to Space Center. Let's see how much money we earned off of those. Because now we need some consats at Moon. Alright, 1.2 million. Now we just need time for the satellite out at Minmus. Minmus maps much faster than Moon. And yeah, that's why I was adjusting its orbit. Because I figure by this point, it should be done. I'm gonna change the orientation of a few items here. Why are you trying to put them both on that same one? Go to the other one. There. Thank you. Alright, so now I'll rename this Mooncom. Sat 1. need to send 2 of these to the moon. It's 5 tons, and it's 5 meters tall. That doesn't. That seems like it should be a lot taller than 5 meters, doesn't it? Now then, can we put this? Oh, why did I do that? I need a kicker stage. I did not mean to do that. There's my auxiliary stage 2. Or Mark 2, rather. That makes it 8 meters tall. .2 tons. Only gives me 935 meters per second of delta V, though. Mark 3 we can't use. We need Mark 3. Problem is, Mark 3 needs a 2.5 meter fairing. Bob, stock scale. I didn't want to have to go through the rigmarole of adjusting the terrain mask, all the terrain masks with the new parallax system, and move all of the curb inside remastered assets and to get them to all to reline up, because there's just too many. It would literally take days to get that set up, so I just went ahead with stock scale because it's already set up to work. How are we doing today, Bob? All right, hold on. What if we do this? I'm thinking won't work. We'd have to build a new launch pad. We need a 2.5 meter rocket, but we need science for the 2.5 meter rocket, which we don't have. So we gotta make do with what we got. So I am thinking about making this, instead of a +2, a +6. Bring him in just a little bit tighter. Dave Johnson says you can do it. Bob, well, Jada Mar pops in fairly often. Pudman comes in sometimes still. Galileo, I've talked to him once, I think, in the last like 3 years. He's like remarried and new kids and... But the other guys I haven't seen or talked to in a long time. But yeah, the only other people with even semi-regularity is Pudman and Jada Mar. Jade most often. I don't have to pull all these out. Oh, I'm gonna have to anyway. Never mind. I'll go back in. I gotta pull them out so that I can separate this node for attaching a launch pad. Yep, he's still making mods for KSP. Or more parts for the mods that he already has. There we go. Hey, Chief, what's up, man? Movement comes in more often if I'm streaming MechWarrior or Battletech, even though I haven't streamed Battletech in a long time. Because he's still a big Battletech fan. So we're adding to our 1.875 meter rocket family. That's a small section. I want a medium. All right, this one though we have to build a new tower because of the other one couldn't go wide enough to be able to handle this. Lamps. All right, so far so good. Lights. Damn, they're bright. Dude. Means they don't need that many. That'll work. Very atmospheric. The battery's only because as soon as you launch, the lights will go off. So the batteries are there to keep the lights on even out at post-launch. You can actually see the rocket passing the lights. It's pretty cool. All right. Umbilicals.
So many parts.
There's just so many. Okay, so that is air conditioning. They keep the payload nice and
Chilly.
all right. Electrical. Oxidizer. Liquid fuel. And look good right there. Same thing. Oxidizer, liquid fuel for the lower stage. That'll work. Okay. So now we have our 1.875 meter Mach 6. All right, open the fairing back up. Save it. Oh, those lights are bright. Almost want to do a night launch just because of how bright those flipping lights are, dude. There we go. Even better. Light that shit up like a Christmas tree. All right, save it. All right, give me 1 minute or a couple of minutes. I gotta take a quick break and help my sister with something, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And I got food. I got food. I got French fries and tacos.
French fries and tacos. And a dog.
Hi, dog. Let's turn the air on. Right here. You want a French fry? Is it from Del Taco? No, it's from Taco Tia. It's a little mom pop fast food joint down the street. Cucumber, what's up, buddy? More like a late lunch, but yeah, early dinner. Am I forgetting anything on this? Okay, by the way, you're missing out, dude. We started doing the Nyx missions, and we tried to do the first investigation mission of the thing, but it bugged out on us. Yeah, New York Pizza Day. So, Cucumber, you're still in the UK, right? Netherlands, okay. But what is a New York pizza to the Dutch? Just out of curiosity. Most places tailor the food more towards the local cuisine. So I know what a New York pizza is because I've had pizza in New York, in Manhattan. I'm really curious. But I've also had New York pizza in Mexico, which was not exactly the same as New York pizza in New York. So what's a New York pizza to the Dutch? Yeah, so they're usually like a New York pizza is like an extra large. Right, thin crust and 2 toppings. Well, 3 technically. Cheese, pepperoni, and onion. That's it. Now the New York pizza, or they say, you know, serve New York pizza, the place in Mexico had really good pizza. It was really good. But they would also mix it up. They'd have pepperoni and sausage, pepperoni and onion, pepperoni or sausage and onion. They would mix it up, but it's always 3. But they would do different ones, but it was always just 3 toppings. One always being cheese, and it was an extra large thin crust. But you could also buy it by the slice, right? And it's a fat slice. That's not a New York pizza. And pineapple on pizza?
It's a fucking crime.
Criminal thing to do to pepperoni. I mean, to pineapple and to pizza. Don't get me wrong, I love pineapple. And there's nothing wrong with anchovies on pizza. Better pineapple than fish. It all depends on if they get crazy with the anchovies or not. Well, that's just it, Lord Cucumber. The New York pizza is thin crust. There's another place that I used to go to in Santa Barbara. I used to get their Italian sausage with sweet peppers. You know, the smaller, you know, like orange, red, and yellow sweet peppers. They'd have that cut up. Oh man, so good. Cucumber, yeah. Oh, make me gag, but yes, I know what you mean. Yeah, and don't forget to disclose your 5 years of social media praising our dear Lord and Savior, Trump. All right. Well, let's not open that rabbit hole because I will start digging with a fucking pair of backhoes. Alright, sorry. I'm eating my fries and tacos while they're hot. And I'm really hungry. What's everybody else eating? Yeah, the fries are amazing today. That's right, you had a sushi bowl for lunch. Burger and fries for dinner? Alright, so Pancake, I'm afraid to ask, how do you like your burgers? And you guessed it, pizza. Alright, so there is one large caveat about pineapple on being on things. Right? They don't serve it anymore. Because they've proliferated out and corporatized and all that stuff. But the Habit. Alright, there used to only be one Habit location. It was in Santa Barbara. Then they opened up a second one and they put it in the other side of Santa Barbara. Right, technically the first one's technically, I guess, in Goleta, Santa Barbara. And the second one was definitely in Santa Barbara, but on the other side. They used to serve a teriyaki burger with a grilled pineapple on it.
Oh my God, was that good?
Right, but a teriyaki burger with grilled pineapple. Oh, that. Yeah, Brandon, when they corporatized, it used to be family owned, right? When I lived in Santa Barbara, they were family owned. Right, and then they got bought by some big company. I don't blame them because I knew the family, not very well, but I knew the family that ran them. Dude, they worked their asses off. Right, so I don't blame them for taking a big payday, but they really cut down the menu. Like you could walk in here and get a chili burger, like, they had different things. They've really truncated the menu of what you can actually order. Right, and it's not quite the same. Right, of course it never is when they do that, right? They used to have a pastrami burger. Right, it was a burger with a slice of grilled pastrami on it. Tasty. Oh, dude, jalapenos on a burger? Or, yeah. Those are an all day, yes, please. I will say this, though. Even the chain of the Habit is still better than the other one everybody goes to that I don't like. I don't really like them. But everybody, when they come to California, has to go there. Like, everybody. In-N-Out. I'm not a big In-N-Out fan. They put fucking their secret sauce on everything, even if you tell them not to. I don't like their secret sauce. Ever. And their fries?
Suck.
Cucumber, you're not wrong. Brandon, every time I've ever asked for their burger plain, it still comes with a secret sauce. It's like their signature. Even hot, they're still their fries need Viagra. They're always limp and lacking potential. Cucumber. I'm eating tacos, dude. Come on. I don't know, ever since we bought a smoker, nothing has been able to compete with the burgers. Outside of the ones from our smoker, the best burgers I've ever had is from a restaurant in Mexico. Yeah, it's crazy. For the best burger, you got to go to Mexico. But it's a place in Tijuana called the Hollywood Sunset Diner. And it's not anywhere near where any tourists go. Right? It's up near the Zolo's amphitheater. Right? But it's set up like an old 1950s Hollywood diner. You know, they always play old movies and have old movie posters up and all that. But they grill their burgers over hickory wood, over hickory logs. Right? Not hickory wood chips, but actual hickory logs. And oh, dude, man, so good. I'm curious, Cucumber, do you even have real Mexican food in the Netherlands? Because even most of the Mexican food here, and I live in Southern California, is a departure from Mexican food. Also, the best Chinese food is in Mexicali. Don't ask me why, but the best Mexican or the best Chinese food is served in Mexicali, Mexico. I think that's a good question. Is that most of the time the food gets tailored to more towards the local cuisine, but influenced by the original. Now, there's a snack that when I used to, all right, so those that don't know, I also used to live in Seoul, South Korea. There's a snack food that most street vendors there sold called yaki mandu. It's like little fried dumplings, right? And they would deep fry it, and they serve it in a paper bag. They add salt and pepper, and give you a little thing of like soy sauce that's mixed with like sriracha, their version of like sriracha sauce. So good, right? And yaki in Korean, it means fried in Korean, right? So it's mandu, fried mandu, right? Koreatown in LA. No one had any clue what the hell I was talking about. And it's served all over Seoul. Like every street vendor in Seoul sells it. Yeah, that's because I'm talking. I think it bugs her that I'm not talking to her. Right? She can't figure out who I'm talking to. I think that's what bugs her. I'm gonna have an extra taco. I'm full. Please tell me you just didn't say that in my stream. That's gonna get so misconstrued. Okay. All right, give me one moment to clean up, and then we're back to space business. right, I'm back. All right, my belly's full. Time to rock and roll. I don't think I've ever had traditional Dutch cuisine. Brett, I imagine so. I kind of see Reno as just being a smaller Vegas. Or they bring me the herring, and then I hate herring. What's the sign say when you're pulling into Reno? The greatest small town or greatest little city or something? I've never really visited Reno. I've only kind of just driven through it a few times. Yeah, biggest little city in the world. That's what it is. It's very picturesque. Like, that's one thing that, like, they don't really sell enough of. Is like Reno is in the mountains. In fact, it's only what, like an hour drive from Lake Tahoe? It's not very far from Lake Tahoe either. Take me the best burger. The last time I drove through there was in the wintertime, man, and all the mountains that, you know, all covered in snow. Yes, Lake Tahoe. Reno is very close to Lake Tahoe. In fact, I think part of the lake is in Nevada. No, I said Lake Tahoe.
Clean out your ears.
All right, let's get moving here. Okay, so we made the max. This needs the auxiliary stage, but it's got to be auxiliary 2. Hey, get over here. It's only 9:35 though. That's 8.2 tons, and this is 8 meters tall. That is really tall. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's too tall. All right. We're not gonna be able to launch. Turn the shroud off on that. Save it. All right. Go back to Mimus. Scancom sat. Load. Wait, that's not the right one. Yeah, that's Mimus. We went Moon Comsat. Load. I won't be able to launch more than one satellite at once. Not yet, anyway. And the satellite's actually not that big. Even though the auxiliary, it's only 5.6 meters tall. Right, and weighs 6 tons. This is going to be overkill now, but I want to test this setup and see what performance we actually get out of it. So we do not have a contract for this. This is going to be out of pocket. $79,000. Oh, you were talking about what Brandon said. I thought you were talking about what I said. I thought you misinterpreted me saying Lake Tahoe or Lake Tahoe. Oh yeah, that's gonna look good. All right, we gotta turn the generator on. You know, one thing nobody's commented on today, we have not flown an airplane today. Yeah, that looks so good. Okay, now we gotta find Master Moon. Yep, and it'll be a night launch because we're gonna go direct again. right about there. And see how much more awesome the lights make it look?
Yeah, baby.
Oh man, even with the camera, the onboard camera, nice.
Guidance is go. Payload is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Cameras are go. We need a go, no go from chat.
Shadow Fireborn, what's up, man? How you doing?
Chat is go. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1, send it.
All right, go for pitch and roll maneuver. Rocket's very stable. Almost doesn't even want to come over. Mach 1, vehicle supersonic. Alright, 2.5 G's acceleration, throttling back to 2/3. 1 minute in flight, we got 30 seconds before booster engine cut off and separation. Another 2.5 G's, back down to 50%. All right, 15 seconds to booster set. All right, stand by for booster cutoff. We have good booster cutoff. Oh yeah, look at that separation. Look at that perfect separation. All right, coming up on Miko. We have main engine cutoff. All right, we have main engine cutoff and good separation and upper stage ignition. And we have good fairing deploy. Everybody say hello to Moon. Hi, Moon. All right, 2 minutes and 50 seconds into flight. We're now 135 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 87 kilometers. And just over 2,000 meters per second of velocity. This upper stage is going to burn, transverse all the way to Moon. And the auxiliary stage is going to do the capture. All right, passing orbital velocity. Now 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight, 190 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 110 kilometers. Better music? Yeah. Well, when you perform some, let me know. All right, and Seiko. All right, we're gonna want to put this into a polar orbit, so I'm gonna leave our altitude rather high. So that we can do an inclination change. All right, good to go. Let's go ahead and deploy the payload. All right, satellite is going active. And now we just coast. It'd be dark. There is the glorious sun. Reset the field of view there. All right, so I'm gonna warp up out here. All right, our upper stage is 12.5 kilometers behind us. Now let's go ahead and warp here. All right, let's go ahead and switch over to our upper stage and deorbit it. We don't want to leave it in orbit. All right, Brandon. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so we don't want to leave our upper stage in orbit. We're gonna flip it retro. All right, we're gonna limit our space debris. And it is gonna pass through Moon's sphere of influence, but it is definitely gonna burn up. All right, it'll come back and burn up in the atmosphere of Kerbin, which is what we want. All right, we want to limit that space debris. All right, switch back to our satellite. Yeah, some more back on the sandwich. What's on the sandwich? All that talking about food earlier made you a little munchy. Moon's right there. It's like almost directly into the sun. Alright, so we're in Moon's sphere of influence. Oh no, Moon's over there. What passed in front of the sun then? Must have been Minmus. Yep, it was Minmus I was looking at. Okay. Yeah, Moon's over there. There's Moon. Alright, now. We're gonna add a maneuver. And flip 90 degrees. I probably would have been better off doing this before entering Moon's orbit, right at the tail end of our orbit around Kerbin before entering Moon's orbit. That's alright. We have more than enough energy to be able to do this. And then I'm probably going to adjust it so that our orbit matches Kerbin's day. Which is 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 9 seconds. So let's burn first. Alright, so it's warp to maneuver. Alright, stand by for burn. Hit it. Alright, so there is our new orbit. 91.89 degrees. That'll work. Alright, our orbital period, not a full day, half a day. Alright, so we want... basically 3 hours. A 3-hour orbit-ish. Okay, so we went 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 34 seconds. 2:59:34. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at our time. That was just half the orbit. Anyway. Alright, there's 1 day, 54 minutes. We do want it 5 hours, 59 minutes, 9 seconds, just so it matches Kerbin's rotational period. Alright, so let's warp here. Ah, Chief. Five hours, 59 minutes, 9 seconds. There we go. Yeah, and that's more. I was looking at our time to apoapsis and not our orbital period. Our time to apoapsis was almost because obviously we're at the other end of the orbit. I was in the wrong number, but I actually want to match Kerbin's daytime period. Okay, we need to rotate around. Five 59.9. There we go. And I'm gonna. This actually. This has plenty of fuel on it, so I'm gonna leave it on there just in case we want to deorbit this. I always make sure these have enough fuel on them. Let's shut that down. Oh, you just ate lasagna? Nice. Ham, turkey, and bacon on that sandwich. Very good. Yeah, the longer your approach, the easier it makes a landing. You guys want to do an air? We have not done a plane flight today, which is extremely
unusual. Oh, wrong voice.
Unusual.
For me. Alright, but we have our first orbital comsat up around Moon, which will allow us communications with the backside. Because you need good communications with the backside. Otherwise, you're just gonna make a mess. All right, let's work to the morning, and I want to take a look at something real fast. Oh, they're making more progress than they have been. So here's our biomap of Minmus in progress. It's gonna take a while to finish mapping it. Wrong voice for that too. Okay, so we can take a flight to Arikama Airport. I don't know where Arikama Airport is. TransCaribbean Airlines wishes to open routes to Arikama Airport as soon as possible. Fly out 3 company executives to Arikama to negotiate. Wait 30 seconds for the deal to be finalized. Take off or return back to the KSC. Alright, yeah, this will open up a new airport for our airline, so let's do it. Are we taking the KP4 or the Falcon? We only gotta fly 3 executives. Let's take the KP4. I mean, the KP5, rather. Alright, who's flying? Hey, no stowaways. Alright, Valentina's gonna fly, and Casper's gonna fly as co-pilot. Oh, I kinda wanted to do an extended version of this too, but not today. Speaking of flying, Natsmore, and Natsmore, have you seen the C-130 for DCS World?
Looks so good.
But man, I don't know. I'm not ready to jump back into DCS because I haven't flown in so long. It's gonna take a while to relearn everything. All right, TransFlight, you are cleared for departure and immediate takeoff. Fly safe. Okay, so I have no clue where Arikama Airport is. Oh, right there. Not very far, actually. Alright, I do need to do this, though. We gotta turn the spacecraft noise down, because airplanes are really noisy. Alright, we're gonna light up that TransCaribbean Airlines. Alright, let's get ourselves realigned here. Alright, Val. Let's roll. Alright, rotate. Alright, gear coming up. What's with all this? It's pretty much just gonna be a hop up and a hop down. Nessa, I need better rudder pedals. Learn that trying to fly the helos. And trying to do the fine flying with the like the P-51, and it's the pedals have too much stiction and they're not a smooth movement. That glorious sky. I like how I did the engine pods like this. And these are actually air intakes. And more or less level it out. Glorious. Man, I cannot believe how awesome BlackRock made these come out for Kerbal Space Program, dude. Shadow, no, this is definitely not all stock. Most of the parts that you see here for this airplane were made from a mod called Airplane Plus. Right, so the cockpit and the hatch, the crew cabins, the wings, the engines. The only part I think on this that is stock is this piece. That piece. And this piece. And the landing gear. But the rest of it's from Airplane Plus. Oh no, these are also stock pieces. They're just rescaled. But yeah, most of this is from a mod called Airplane Plus. NASA, no, it's just they're cheap flight pedals. Right, I've cleaned them out really good. I've oiled the rails and stuff. The movement isn't linear because of how the mechanism works. Right, as you push one forward, the other one comes down, and as the two cams pass each other, it gets really difficult. It gets easy to push when you first start, right? But as the cams pass each other, it gets really, really difficult again, and then really easy again, right? So it's really like takes a while to getting used to, and it's the sensor in it isn't fine enough for really small movements, because you have to put too much pressure on the pedal to move it, to get it to move, so it makes it really hard to do very small, minute movements. Right, but it's the Thrustmaster T-Flight pedals. They're okay. They're like introductory pedals. They're just not all that. But your choices are T-Flight or $600. Like there's no other choice, you know, there's no mid-range with pedals. You're either paying for the really good ones or you get the T-Flights. They work with most modern jets because most modern jets auto trim. You don't need to worry about it much. Warbirds is when you start to notice it. In helicopters, you don't have enough fine control to do helicopters at all. And I've tried using them for like spaceflight games like Star Citizen. Same thing, not enough fine tuning. You can't do small enough precision movements. Grindle, it's just some parts I slapped together. Right, it's supposed to just be like a modern turbojet. But I didn't look to any airplane for, hey, this is what we're gonna go for type of thing. But no, this is much more modern than a DC-3. Probably more like a King Air. And yeah, Shadow, dude, I have a ton of mods installed. In my Discord, if you go down to KSP mods, I have there's a text file that's attached that has all the mods listed out. Man, look at that. Turbulence over there. I'm going to give it a little time warp. A little fizz warp. Alright, we're about 80 kilometers out, so I'm going to go ahead and start our descent here. Man, looks so good. It's raining underneath that cloud. And we're about to fly into. Grendel, no. Stock arrow. Yeah, the ones I have, the T-flat pedals, they're all plastic, so you have to. I had to build a thing on a 2x4s to hold them in place. Using Ferrum Aerospace at stock scale, your rockets get free Delta V, more or less. You can get to orbit for, you know, about 100, 150 meters per second less with the same rocket. And it really only affects the lower atmosphere. And if you can build planes, it doesn't matter if you use it or don't use it. If you use Ferrum Aerospace, they don't slow down as much. You have to do a lot more to make your plane slow down. Alright, Transflight, we have an approach. You're cleared for landing. On touchdown, proceed to the indicated airport terminal. Directions have been transmitted to you. I've had people say, like, oh, if you design an airplane, if it in stock, it won't fly in Ferrum Aerospace. But if you design one using Ferrum Aerospace, it'll fly in stock. I can tell you that's bullshit. If you can make a good airplane, it'll fly equally well in either one. Even my plane that I can fly backwards will fly backwards in Ferrum Aerospace. In fact, it's easier to control. I'm gonna side slip us a little bit here because we need to lose some speed. Alright, gear coming down. Flaps coming down. Looks like we're gonna be doing an inclement weather landing. Don't get me wrong, I like Ferrum Aerospace, especially when you go larger scale. It starts to stand out more. I use flaps anyway all the time, but flaps aren't necessarily speed brakes. Slippery here on the runway. But the landing was so smooth, you didn't even notice we landed. So what we're doing is we're starting this airbase, or this runway for flight for passengers. Right, Forey, Danborough, and Tedfell are executives from UnKerbaled Airlines. Or Transcaribbean Airlines. We're flying them here to broker a deal. Man, sounds so good. Alright, so gotta wait here for them to negotiate. 20 more seconds. That's all right. Alright, Transflight, you're clear for departure. Please proceed to the runway for immediate takeoff. We gotta fly him back to the KSC now. Alright, let's button it up. Oh, they have 2 runways here. Nice. We can even refuel here. But this thing does not turn tight. Let's hope atmospheric autopilot doesn't screw this up. Alright. Positive rate, gear coming up. Let's turn and burn, baby. Yeah, this doesn't work anymore. Which is unfortunate. This would be a rather turbulent flight. And a little fizz warp. Dude, those clouds, dude. Seriously. Those clouds are ridiculous. It's part of, well, you need curb inside remastered. It's part of Gap. Right, give aircraft a purpose. It adds a lot more air bases to curb inside remastered. And it is Atacama that we just came from. Man, that looks so good. All the clouds. Alright, we gotta start our descent. We're a little late on the descent. Oh, over adjusted. We're flying 4x fizz warp, so all the inputs I give are multiplied by 4. And DCS has good looking clouds. Grindel, what were you flying in DCS, man? Dude, I have not played DCS in so long. Just nosedive to landing? Yeah, we could. Or we could just toss your ass out and say that we did. Hornet and Black Shark sorties? Nice. Dude, the Hornet is such a good module for DCS. Same with the Viper. Well, let's face it, most of the modules are really, really good. Alright, Transflight, we have an approach. You're clear for landing on touchdown. Proceed to indicate airport terminal. Directions have been transmitted to you. Welcome back. Yeah, probably more Ranger Battalion than getting actually tossed out. 82nd, they just push you. Ranger Battalion, yeah. Your ass is getting tossed out of the plane. Yeah, if you have Ferrum Aerospace installed, you either have to end up side slipping or doing a big braking turn. You just do a big circle. Alright, gear coming down, flaps down. a little high. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're a little high. Well, would you turn on the lights if somebody called you and said, hey, we're coming in with a Blackhawk? Or with a Black Shark? Would you turn on the lights? I wouldn't. Cucumber. I never did any Halo jumps. I didn't go to Halo school. Halo school is pretty coveted. Those slots are hard to get. Alright, now we just got a taxi over here. Ladies and gentlemen, TransCarbon Airlines, welcome you to your destination. The fast seating belt sign has been turned off, and you may now move about the terminal to collect your luggage and make connecting flights. Please use caution when opening the overhead compartments and removing items, since articles may have shifted during flight. Thank you for flying TransCarbon Airlines. And we still snuck in an airplane flight. Grendel, now I gotta install fireworks launchers on the aircraft. Alright, contract complete. All right, so now we have three different locations to be able to fly Kerbals to. Technically, I guess 4 if you count the KSC. All right, and we'll continue opening up more and more bases and flights. And at some point, we'll end up switching back to jet aircraft because they can fly faster. It's just most of these flights are, you know, they're very close together, or they're not very far away. All right, but with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to wrap up episode 17. All right, Grendel, have a good one, Maddie. In fact, goddamn ad breaks. Dude, why is there always an ad break right as I'm like trying to give my wrap it up speech? Every flippin' time. All right, I got to wait another 15 seconds. Yeah, breaks there to have you guys chat me up some more? Sure. But I gotta take the four-legged terrorist to the park. If she doesn't get her park time, dude, she blows a gasket. Alright, everybody's back from ad. Okay. Once again, that is gonna be it for today, for episode 17 of our Kerbal playthrough. Tomorrow is gonna be more Star Citizen. Yes, tomorrow will be more Star Citizen. Sunday, we'll either do more Kerbal or we might take a look at Arc Raiders. Right, as we still haven't taken a look at it yet. Right, but tomorrow Star Citizen for sure. All right, if you have not done the follow thing, and if you are new here, please hit the follow button for me. Much appreciated. All right, also, these are being uploaded to YouTube, so if you've been missing any episodes of this playthrough of KSP, which is likely to be my last of Kerbal, my last playthrough of Kerbal Space Program. They are up on YouTube, which you can find here. Right, and this one will be, I'll upload it tonight, but it probably won't be available until tomorrow morning. All right, so let's see here. Who else is streaming some Kerbal? Who can we give some Kerbal loving? Man, there's nobody streaming Kerbal. Except us. Looking to see anybody else? Nah, not really. All right, well, I guess we're just gonna call it a day. All right, so I will see you guys tomorrow for more Star Citizen. Also, if anybody's around later this evening off stream, I'll be also playing some Star Citizen. If anybody wants to hit up some Nick's missions and build up some more rep, so that we can end up taking on some Van Duel. So if anybody's up for Star Citizen tonight, I'll be in Discord voice later on. But until then, you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you may be. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then,
Stay dangerous.